Good morning, Royal Family. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl, Down to Crypto TA. And as usual, we're going to kick things off with just looking back at what we discussed yesterday prior to the stream ending. And then we will begin the process, looking at where I think price action might be going today. So, yesterday, Yesterday, we were looking at this long position right here. Now, as you know, I changed where I put my stop at for this position because I was under the impression that we would come down here and take this equal low liquidity. And then I soon found that market makers were not taking the lows at the moment. So we came up and we grabbed the liquidity from this pivot, but we didn't actually hit that 3-to-1. So we rolled over. And at that point, we actually came down, took that equal low liquidity that I was looking for. And also that box that I told you, that was a fine line in the sand. We ended up getting the bounce from that box with the SFP. So I took an entry following behind this breakdown into this green box here, and it's in the grab of this liquidity over here. And right now, we are just above what we were looking at yesterday. We do have a new range over here, and currently price is trading above that range, and that's coming from the daily time frame. We had one here yesterday that was from the 4-hour time frame, but we have a new one here today. We just got to close outside of this range, so we should not see price come back into the range. Generally when that happens, that's considered to be bearish. But right now, things still look pretty decent for the chart. A little bit of exhaustion, just a little bit from what I can tell, coming off of the 15-minute time frame, but the 1-hour time frame has continued to strive for higher. MACD still positive. I think the delta may have changed a few times. Let's see. Yeah, delta has been whipsawing. So typically when the delta whipsaws, I just leave it with the MACD because it'll give more accurate reading over the delta at that point. Hitting the top side of the dynamic cloud on the 1-hour is what I was seeing here. I just want to turn that off. So yeah, we're hitting the top side of the dynamic cloud here, and that can act as resistance as well, along with that momentum line over there. We did it a few times here on the 5-minute time frame too. We were trying to get that push up yesterday. Let's see. Then I'm going to turn it back off. Yeah. So yesterday we were hitting the bottom side too. We hit it here. We got another swing down here. We came back up and we struggled a little bit right there. And then the cloud started to drop, accepting price above it. And that's where we're currently at. We're above the dynamic cloud at this point. Which you know how I feel about a falling dynamic cloud tends to be bullish, where rising one tends to be bearish. But this rise has already happened. We're flat right now. So all we need at this point is for price to either push through or for the dynamic cloud to start to drop a little bit to confirm some sort of momentum to the upside. So that's that. Still well above the 200 here for 1-hour time frame. And let me just look and see where we're at over here. Okay, so we're just above the 200 here on the 15-minute time frame. And I'm just going to do a run through just to check where we're at on these other time frames too. Not a full flip here, so I would like to see a full flip there of the EMA ribbons. Seven, well above, still no full flip. 5-minute, still doesn't have a full flip. Do want to see that. And 3-minute, it's good. Nope, 3-minute doesn't quite still have a full flip yet. And the 1-minute does. So as of right now, only the 1-minute has a full flip of those ribbons. And I do want to see that take place, but not the biggest deal. Sometimes, it can identify where you roll over, but So far, we're good. It's not the end all be all for me. These are. And we're above everything we need to be above here. Numerical order looks great. So that's fine. Let me take a look at my 4 hour. Just slide these out a little bit. Which right now is okay. And we really haven't done much. Like I was saying, we have this range in here now. So if we chose not to go with the one that's presented here on the 4 hour time frame, as I was saying, if it comes back in and it's bearish, then we could use the 4 hour to we can use the 4 hour instead. So if a 4 hour just leaves a wick behind with no closure, then it doesn't invalidate the range. So that's fine. An actual bounce off the top side of the dynamic cloud there. RSI is starting to cross here, so that's good. And you can see how we got that fast cross yesterday, but we were just moving really, really, really slow. Money flow also hit the levels down here where I typically see price start to turn around. We did it earlier. I think it was back here. We did it earlier and then we started to curve up and then it just dropped back down again. So maybe a little money flow started coming out again. Yeah, right here at this doji. We had a little bit of money flow come out there at the doji, but since then, I mean, we're doing okay. Yeah, again, this is typically why I see price turn around on a 4 hour time frame. So that looks fine. I think we have the ability to get back up to the high. I don't see why not. And let me just see what the ribbons look like over here. Okay, so we're basically back in numerical order there. And I was looking at these right here yesterday and I saw us hitting that 200. I was like, yeah, that's the low. That's the low right now. And these other two started to curve up here. May have a little bit of resistance right here at these highs. So we need to keep that in mind. These highs right in here. So I'm just going to drop a little box around that. And I think, we're already there. I didn't realize we were already that close to it. Oh no, we had talked about this yesterday. I'm seeing it now. As we talked about this line here. This price potentially coming up and hitting these highs here. So yeah, that looked about right in terms of some sort of resistance, but we flipped that. Then we're definitely going to get back up here to this high and potentially continue forward. Let me just daily from here. Daily continues to look fine. This was the only thing when we confirmed sell yesterday, but we're still very deep in the green here. This isn't rising enough for me to have any concern, and the RSI still looks nice here. We held that low yesterday that we needed to, which was that dash box right there, here. This is a little bit concerning, but not the biggest deal. It'll go green, blue, and then it can go back to green. Probably by the time we get that second change of color into green, that's when we'll probably get an actual correction, a bigger correction for the daily time frame. And then I'll just be looking down here at this box here. I think I put that one in here yesterday. So yeah, I'll be looking at that, which is not nice. It's not nice, and that's about 110 to 108. That would be the next one that I would be looking at if we were to really get a daily correction. But so far, just a small correction right now, and then we'll see if we can flip this back up and just continue to range in here until we start to squeeze. Actually, start to squeeze on the daily. So we haven't started to squeeze yet, so that's a good thing. Today, real quick, starting to converge a little bit. Nothing serious again. A little bit of a cloud cover here on the 2-day. And this was from yesterday. So let's see, 4-day. Sorry, you had to bear through all of these lines because that's for the 4-hour. Yeah, so we know that we're still on the horizon for a correction for the daily time frame and up. So yeah, just be aware of that. Don't get overly bullish at this point. We don't need to get overly bullish at this point because that correction is going to happen. It's back on a 4. It's not a matter of if, it is when, because it is going to happen. All right, so back to these little 2 over here. Still looking good. Bitcoin. We don't have a new entry just now, but I did say yesterday, look here, if this comes back down, if this fails, to look here. So everybody should have got notes on that. Let's see, altcoins. How did they do? Let me turn. Never mind. Just hide that. XRP pretty much looks the same at this point. Not really finding that momentum that it had when it did all of this. I know XRP will run and then XRP will slow down a little bit, and momentum line right there, but it'll start to slow down a little bit. Nice bounce off of the golden pocket 786 from yesterday. I mean, we've already hit the final week target in here. I would need to do some fib extensions, or I need some sort of reasoning to think that XRP can hit some higher target. That's a nice little range in here. Is that a 4-hour time frame? You know what? Let me just do this, and then we'll see. I can drop this now. So maybe about 311 based on this range right here. If this is a successful break to the upside, then I'll be looking at 311. 1-to-1 is generally what a range break would give you. Every now and then you see a 2-to-1, and if you got a 2-to-1, then it will be $3.26. But right now, if I get a clean break, then I'll be looking for XRP to take out this high and come into about 311 there. Let me just go to the daily. I don't need this right now because that is the daily low. All right, and hitting standard deviation 1 there. See what Sol is doing. Okay. So Solana didn't come back that bad. And that's for Solana. We're looking for Solana to get up here to about 188 to 207. believe 207 would be the more accurate target for Sol. A little slow right now. That was pretty nice. So Bitcoin must be doing Bitcoin things. Okay, a momentum line on the 1 hour for Bitcoin, which I did see that coming. So yeah, Solana, looking up there around 188 to 207. If this acts as resistance, then it'll just be 188. But typically, I think Solana ranges up here to that 207. Let's see if I see. I have a lot of stuff going on down here. Let me turn that off. All right, RSI looks nice. DTI looks nice there on the 1 hour time frame. Starting to get a little bit more momentum here on the 4 hour time frame. And I don't like that, but that can do this. Most certainly do like that. Let me see if there's any patterns in here that I'm not seeing. Nope, nothing. So hopefully this doesn't turn into a triple top. Right now I don't really see it turning into a triple top. No, I don't see a triple top. Daily looks nice here on the RSI as well. No actual squeeze over here, just volatility from this chop here on the daily. So be looking for this over here. Just a clean rise to indicate some sort of a squeeze pressure against the longs. Don't have that just yet. Move this down here. So it looks good. And naturally you would expect for it to hold this daily range. I say we continue on up and into this zone right here. Looks good. CCC. Theta. I just missed out on this one again. It's a great entry if you don't trade that, and that's when you lose a daily low and you reclaim it. It typically is a great entry to go long. So a little bit of a cloud cover over here as it's slowing down a little bit here. Looks performing a little bit different than Solana and XRP right now on this 1 hour time frame. I don't think they had that on the one, did they? No, they didn't have that on the one. You can see Theta starting to rise down here at the bottom. It stalled out, but yeah, it's starting to lag a little bit here, and it has a cloud cover. So maybe another little dip back down here. Maybe back just into VWAP. Let me see, 4, hitting a little bit of resistance there. Looks like 4 hour may get another correction for Theta. And daily is fine. So I'm gonna move this down here now. But the daily looks fine. And let me just check for any sort of pattern or anything. And I don't really see anything here. But it does has a rising structure, so I would look for another little correction here on Theta, unless it can get itself together. For Theta, we are looking for that 95 to get hit. Well, it is above over here, so maybe it's just dragging a little bit, but it doesn't look too I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it looks like we may have a bit of a pullback there for theta. Forgot to delete some things over here. Injective has been doing pretty well. Yeah, and that's a little bit of a cloud cover over here too, but there's plenty of room to move in between. So possibly a squeeze here for injective. Can't say I see any. I don't really see any major concerns. This range, it did break up out of this range, but it slid back inside of it. It didn't come from this time frame, so let me see where that came from. It's not a 4-hour range. And we looked at this yesterday. And I was thinking that injective would get a triple top. Okay, and it didn't. So I was like, maybe we just come back up, hit the top side of the range, and get a rejection. But that seems to have played out pretty decent for injective. So let me just check and see what QTD looks like on that. Only a bear div between this high and here. Okay, so there is a little bit of a bear div for INJ on the 4-hour, and I see it down here as well. So I'm just going to draw a fib on this one. I know the momentum sorry, I need dynamic duo. Yeah, I was going to say somewhere around here where this momentum line is at. You could probably hold the high above here, wick into or bounce from VWAP, and then get a continuation up. As long as we don't start to see a squeeze over here, but yeah, that bear div is giving, slowing down a little bit. So I would just look out for that for INJ. Let's see daily. I'll leave that on so I can see the daily. So this was a daily range. That's still bearish, coming back inside of the range. And you can see, oh, that is a super tight right there. So I would expect a correction off of INJ this morning. Should be coming in here soon, maybe the next candle open. Yeah, next candle open, look for we'll be looking for correction off of injective. OP. Okay, so that finally played against OP. Let me just go back to the 1-hour time frame. OP never came close. Came close to getting 9. This is one of the trades that we're in right now. OP. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. This is one of the long trades that we're in. And this was all about looking for a long entry, not shorts. I know that can look like that, but it's just easier to read. So OP is looking pretty good. It's gonna be those sleepers. It's gonna be the sleepers that everybody's gonna miss out on. That looks nice. A little bit of a cloud cover over here. A bit of a squeeze here on the 1-hour time frame. Something that we didn't see on Solana, for now at least. Don't see anything. No divergence there. 4-hour. It may be doing the same thing, but we'll check that. See if it's doing the same thing that INJ was doing. Yeah, we got a bear div for sure. We got a bear div on OP. Yeah, possibly be able to turn this into support because it looks like it was support over here, resistance in here, and then it could be support again. But we got this momentum line there, so just slightly above that is what I would be looking for on a pullback. As it looks like by the time it does get the pullback, you'll start seeing some bull deals pop up for it. I'm just going to have to check back in on this because as the day goes on, if we start to get a rise out of the cloud, then that will also drive prices back down for optimism. Let me just take a peek back over here at Bitcoin real quick while we're talking. Okay, so we still haven't hit that resistance yet at 119,492. So we're good there. Here. So while no triple top, bear div on the top on the highs, and then like I said, maybe somewhere back down in here. And I'm just gonna plot a fib on this. Look at the daily. I'll move this down to here. And that lines up perfectly with that. So if you see it front run, then think nothing of it. And if you see it breaking below the golden pocket, then we might be a little bit more bearish over here on OP than it looks like. But that is a pretty strong bear div there. Really strong bear div. H bar, my baby. Curving up. Then we about to blast on up here. That would be nice. You know, for H bar, we're looking for this 33 up here. I mean, we have this level right in here, but this is not the level that I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to get through this and then come up here to 33. I think this one right here was more, I mean, if it's previous support flipped into resistance now, then that would be a thing. But right now, 33 is what I'm looking for Hedera. It has been actually ranging between the standard deviation 1 at the highs and standard deviation 1 at the lows. So it's been ranging between standard deviation 1 on the VWAP, and it actually does break through, and then you see the rejection. 33 incoming. Let me go to the daily. I like that. I like that. I like the fact that this 4 hour has basically reset on H bar, and we ready. We ready. All right. Here. Still looking amazing here on the RSI. I mean, we are very overextended, though. I do have to say that we are very overextended here on the daily time frame for H bar, but no squeeze just yet. Just more volatility coming in as we try to grind higher. So, you know, we can look for another correction on this before we get that continuation up. And then let's go over here to the weekly. So you can see what I'm talking about. So you just drop your VWAP down here off of this low, off of the low down here. And then you can see that recently it's been ranging in between here and up to here. So that is what I'll be looking for. Like I said, 33. I'll be looking for 33 because it will break through it. And then at some point you'll start to see it wickety wick, and coming down a little bit. That could be the correction that happens off of the daily, and then it goes back up and maybe tries for these highs. But right now I'm going to keep it conservative from my point of view, and that's just going to be 33. And back over here, off of this candle right here, we did hit the take profit for the setup that was given on the live a while back. Then we took it from 14, 14.4. I think that was our entry, 14.4. And then the TP was set for 25 something, and we hit that. So I'm still holding though. I'm being a little bit greedy, just a little bit. I just had to peek back over at Bitcoin, which is still doing great. So no new entry yet. Possibility of the 15-minute squeeze. It hasn't confirmed anything yet, but there's a possibility of that. All right, so near is back up here at VWAP. Standard deviation 1, which we're looking for near to break above because it has not done so. So we're still looking for that. This is the daily break and reclaim of the daily, which is a great entry signal there from when that happened, but that was a long time ago. All right. So you can see here from the daily. So this is the macro standard deviation 1 from VWAP. But this is looking really, really good. And then once price is able to, maybe we get another drop in the cloud here. And once price is able to push up through there, then it's off to the races, because near, I did get long on near. And then yesterday when we got the drop on near, it actually did not take out my position. I think I went into the hole maybe like a penny or 5 cents or something like that. I'm not sure. But near is looking pretty good. Sure looking good. Undo. Golden pocket 786 from yesterday and previous day low all combined. So I can delete that because it tapped that and trying to break that resistance again that we've mentioned and that I've mentioned a few times here. So again, that's at 95.03. Flip that and then undo. Could potentially just break through here, but I would look at 99 next because it's been slowly grinding, but it is one of the better looking charts from a weekly perspective. So I really like it. We're squeezing in a little bit right here between the signal line and the indicator itself. Starting to squeeze down here at the bottom. So we'll see if it wants to reject from here again. It's going to be tough, I know, but eventually it's going to blast up through here. There'll be no more sellers in here. So anytime you just keep attacking the area and you keep getting rejected, but you keep attacking it, eventually sellers are no longer there, or it's more demand to go higher. So more buyers in the market at that point, or more longs in the market than the shorts that are able to hold the price down. So just creates an imbalance. I'm trying to find the words to say. Just creates an imbalance. This is a daily level up here. So once Undo does get going, we'll be looking back here for around 108 to 118. So again, maybe a little 4-hour correction here. A 4-hour cool off there. RSI still is really good on the 1-hour time frame. Just a bit of a cloud cover here on the 4. Now it can still push up through here, so nothing has been confirmed over here yet until it happens. Just something for you to be aware of, that you could see a correction here, another correction, especially around this resistance area here for under. Beautiful RSI here on the daily time frame as well. Looks just like everything else. This is the last one I'm going to do before I get back over to Bitcoin, which is getting a little bit of a rejection right now. Just a minor reaction there. So daily inside the cloud. Did it over here, did it over here. Just really haven't managed to flip this cloud. So I like to see another drop in the cloud right here to accept price above, or maybe price just finally gets the opportunity to push up. But it would be better if we do see the drop, because we won't be overheated here on the RSI for the daily. What's that on the 6 hour? A little bit of a cloud cover there on the 6 hour. Hour. And 1 hour, looking to cool off a little bit. All right, so Bitcoin, yeah, really wasn't paying too much attention to the 1 hour just a small correction. Okay, let me see Sui. Sui in between it's at a monthly, yeah, so it's at a monthly level here of resistance. Let me just move to a daily for Sui. So never came back down here and interacted with the previous day low, which is good. Set that there now. But it is at a monthly level, which has acted as strong resistance. It was what, Sui was struggling with the last time when it got this sell-off here down into the golden pocket here. So well above the golden pocket here now, and the 786. I'm gonna leave it on for studies for myself. If it pushes up through this high, it is gonna have some bear dibs on it. And a little bit exaggerated bearish divergence here as we're hitting this. Again, this is a monthly level of resistance right here. Monthly level of resistance. So if it comes back down, I would expect for it to come back around. This could get an actual better pullback, but I mean, daily still looks really nice. Maybe it breaks the previous day high and then reclaims on that, as we've seen from the other altcoins. But definitely going to be challenging right in here for Sui. It's close to its high. It's definitely going to be a challenge in here. So with the bear dip, I would expect some sort of a pullback. If it just breaks through, then I'd be looking for price to come back up here to 493 to 513. That would be the next level of interest for Sui. Potentially come back down and flip this monthly level here into support. I mean, it acted as resistance just very slightly here when it came back up. So maybe this could be flipped into support and get a better entry into SUI, and then try to attack this high again and get up here to 513. Definitely got a nice squeeze here on the 4-hour time frame for a correction down. And I hate to say it like that too, because I mean, this doesn't really violate anything here on the daily time frame. It doesn't break any structure here. You know, you don't get a change in character or anything like that if it comes below this previous day high. But that's just where I put my focus at, you know. Bearish divergence here on the 4-hour time frame as well, along with this squeeze. Yeah, I look down here at that 352, 350. I will look there for potential support. So cloud cover on the 1 hour. Price has just been chopping that just until it gets that correction. All right. Ethereum, the golden pocket, as discussed for several weeks now, actually. Several weeks, stating that if it got anywhere, it would probably get to this golden pocket. I'm still not the fan fave of Ethereum, but I am happy to see Ethereum hold its own right now. Squeeze here on the 1 hour time frame for some sort of a correction. Nothing actually confirmed, just chopping right now. RSI still looks pretty decent below the blue signal line there. You can see cloud cover here, bearish divergence on this 4 hour. 4 hour also indicating a correction, and these would be the ones that really didn't get a correction. Was it over the weekend? Because some did. Then you had some that just defied gravity a little bit. So that's that. Yeah, about to pop off of this golden pocket. So expect a nice correction here on Ethereum incoming. Not if, but when. And I would say soon. Let me just flip through and see if there's anything I really need to talk about. Nothing. And we took a long on something yesterday. Or I at least took a long yesterday. I did it spot though. Must have been Aptos. I think it was Aptos, but I'm not seeing anything in here. Let me see what I have going on in the chart. Coinbase, Expand E, Trade Desk, Pre-Market 81. I could have sworn that it was took a long on Aptos, but I'm not seeing I don't know if my chart updated something. I don't know what happened, but anyway, it was set for here. That's weird. It's gonna bug me too. But anyway, I'm gonna take you guys back over here to look at the Bitcoin chart. So that attempt to push inside of the dynamic cloud for that rejection here, haven't actually reached up into these lows here just yet. So we're getting some whipsaw price action over here on the delta. We have PPI this morning at 8:30. I found it. I actually had added in a Coinbase chart of Aptos, and so that worked out good. I haven't taken any profit on this just yet because I did take it spot, so it is a spot loan. I may consider doing this on leverage though, on the pullback. I didn't actually plot it in here, but that may have also been the previous day high. It also be the previous day high right in here for Bitcoin. And that was up a little bit more. A recipe for a nice move up is a bunch of short orders. Recipe for a nice move down, we're seeing a bunch of longs. So definitely have more sellers in the market right now than buyers. Could pursue a short, but I honestly don't have any interest in it, but could pursue a short. just looking at. I would do it if price was to come up above these highs here. I would probably say somewhere back over here. Let me see if that lines up with anything. So I'm saying right in here. So golden pocket 786. All right, so we've done this recap. I can get this off the chart. And that did not hold for anything. See, if we get in here, then I know that some shorts will probably pile in right here. That is only if price can make it up into here right now. At the current moment, I'm looking for these lows here. But let's just say that it does manage to push up into here first. Shorts are most likely, I mean, we're already seeing the shorts pile up in there, but they may have an actual fighting chance at this level right here. This zone right here, right above this golden pocket, above these highs. Let's see if there's anything else related to this. I'm just gonna sink it in here. So I can go to the 4 hour. I can hide that. Was there anything in here? Nope, there's nothing over in here from the VRVP. It's right in here. I still lean with this. I'm gonna have to stick with that. Yep, I'm gonna have to stick with that. So in the background here, I'm just going to take a look at total 2. Okay. While Bitcoin is doing nothing right now, just taking a look over here at total 2 just to see how we're looking. And we're pretty much looking the same as we were looking when I put out this tweet on it just a few days ago. Squeeze, break, squeeze, break, squeeze, break. So really looking for things to pop off over here. And again, still looking for price action to come back up here somewhere to the top side of this broadening formation here. And just some of the things that we were looking at with it here. Same setup, same setup, same setup. And a nice push, which again is why I'm striving so much for more longs. It really started back over here recently with the drop down here in April. Back down here to the bottom of the ascending trend line here for the bounce. Squeeze was present there. Fast signal crossing here. So now for the expansion phase. That's the phase that we're in right now. So this is the best part of the phase, the expansion phase. So altcoins should really get a nice little pop coming in here. Second speck of green and usually lead into your green down in here too. And as long as we remain here within 1 and 2, I think we're pretty good there. Which takes me back to this because I get onto this ever so often. Ever so often I get into the Bollinger Bands, and the use case for them. So what I said about the Bollinger and critical level and all of this is stay within standard deviation 1 and 2. That's it. Like you can go above 2. We absolutely bullish above 2. Absolutely freaking bullish above 2. And anytime you see price action trading outside of 2, let it be. Let it be. Don't mess with it. This keeps doing this. Turn it off and back on. And on that retracement that we got, again, just as long as we stay within standard deviation 1 and 2. So we tapped into 1 and we got the bounce away from standard deviation 1. And I ended up plotting in the 21, which I don't care for, or 20, whatever it is. I don't care to use that. But it was a just in case. So it was a just in case we lost standard deviation 1. Then in this case, we would look for price to hold 20 or 21 SMA, whichever one you tend to use for your Bollinger. Then we would look at that. But aside from that, this is expanding up. So we want to continue to respect that expansion to the upside. If price were to lose the standard deviation 1 here, then the Bollinger Bands could start to flatten out and go sideways, which at that point could send prices below the SMA and down here into your bands 1 and 2 on the lower side. And so you can see that that's 106 to 101. We're not trying to go back here. We're definitely not trying to go back here. But if we start to flatten out, then that would be on the table. So strength in your Bollinger move is going to be price just grinding up in between here and higher, in between here and outside of 1. Outside of 2, I'm sorry. Outside of 2, but in between here and outside of 2. And I really need to switch my colors to read green up here and red down here. But I always do it like this to say when you're low like this, just to encourage people to consider buying at spaces like this. So you're not interested in buying up here. Avoid buying up here. But that's how it goes. And when you're trending green with how I have this set up, and then you all of a sudden see a red because it's supposed to be green. Everything outside of this band 1, 2, and I keep calling it 1. Everything outside of band 2 should be green on the upside. And when you get a red, then there's some sort of an inconsistency. And then you may get a slight correction back in. We didn't get it over here with this doji. That's getting to me a little bit. Just a little bit. And just like over here, everything outside of the bottom should be red. But when you see a speck of green come in here for some odd reason, then it can indicate a reversal in play. And then you blast off. Indicate a reversal in play. You blast up. And it could take some time getting used to this, but in a strong environment, it's really worth using your Bollinger Band. So, yep. Bounce off of 1 and up, up, and away. And this is supposed to be our target right now. at 130. And it can go a little bit higher based on the broadening top formation that's in here. You don't see it on this chart, but it is there. Let's back over here, see what we're doing. Still pushing. A little bit of a cloud cover over here now. We are putting in a slight bear div here on the 15-minute time frame, slight bear div. Boy, the VIX, the VIX is wild. The VIX is wilding with the Bollinger. Right now it's at the lows down here around standard deviation 1 right now. And off the bat, what I noticed with the VIX is that it typically does not go to standard deviation 2 on the downside. It will rarely, if at all, tap standard deviation 2. It tends to bounce away at 1. And it looks like it's trying to bounce away at 1 right now. Now, if it curves to the downside, then that's going to be something different. But just looking at it, 2 just isn't a thing for it. To the upside, absolutely yes. To the downside, VIX hasn't tapped into standard deviation 2 to the downside since 2020. Literally since 2020. This is interesting. I gotta share this. This is interesting because Bitcoin is just, it's steady right now. So I just gotta share this. So you see here, there are no taps from the VIX into standard deviation 2. None. And we keep going. It never interacts with 2. It hits 1, might chop 1 a little bit, and then the VIX pops up. Oh, that's 2015. What was I just looking at? Oh my gosh. I guess I did have my date wrong when I was looking at it. Unless you guys can see something I'm not seeing. Okay, so 2015. 2015 looks like it was the last tap into standard deviation 2 for the VIX. So 2015 was the last time the VIX came down here and hit SD2. It typically pops up off of here, and this is a wide range right here. This is a really wide range right here. So if it doesn't chop in here, we might see a little bit of sell-off in the stock market. But it gets crazy. Look at those. I don't even think that there's one I can put on here. Let's see, 4. Yeah, it gets wild. So for the most part, it'll tap into 4. And sometimes well beyond that. I would love a sell-off in the stock market. I mean, this doesn't guarantee that it happens, but All right. Just seeing how well this has worked. Because everything doesn't work for everything. Potentially a sell. Potentially people may be preparing to be risk off. SPY has a cloud cover it's trying to break through on that weekly time frame. So XPX is within standard deviation 1 and 2. It's just kind of floating in the center. With the cloud cover on the RSI, but the RSI did break above that cloud cover, at least from the yellow signal line there. Could potentially reject. I mean, you got a little bit of a rejection, a doji candle from last week, and like an inverse hammer right now, very small one. DXY trying to rise, which I haven't looked at the Dixie in a minute. But the levels are still very respected for the Dixie. And I talked about something on the Dixie. I didn't write any notes in here, but let me see if I can figure out what this was. I must have been talking about how long it takes for the Dixie to actually start to break from a range. And in the past, it's been at least 2,000 days before it actually breaks from a range. So the last time that I looked over here at it, it was like only 728 days on this current range that the DXY has. But the DXY, yeah, it's just been going down. Just trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. See how today unfolds. Speedy. Mm-hmm. Take a look here at USDT dominance. We're in a little bit of a squeeze right now for Solana dominance. So Sol dominance could be looking to break out. Currently at 2.41%. I'd be looking forward to come back up here around 3.7% dominance. And so BTC dominance on the weekly, still just within this channel. I don't think that that's going to change at all. All right, so in the background here, I would just be looking at ETH BTC. I'm going to share with you before I get started on it. But I haven't actually looked at this chart in a minute. I just slid my box side over here because I had it sitting back here. I think at one point I did make an announcement on X that I was interested in ETH BTC, and I actually bought some. Then I changed my mind. So it must have been this wick right here. I was like, yeah, I'm interested. And I bought some. And then we did this. And I was like, no, I'm not interested anymore. Always trying to chase the bottom. But this has been a really nice zone for it to to get some sort of a reaction from. It's kind of failed all of this. So in the background, I'm just going to work on mapping this out. All of this could change because I don't even know why I did it, but yeah. And I will be keeping up to date on BTC. So right now we're looking for BTC to come into this low here, and it is shared. So come into this low here. Liquidity does lie right above these pivots right here, which is what this dash box right here is for, in between the golden pocket and the 786. So if we manage to push up there, you may have some shorts coming to the market right around in here. So we'll see how that goes. We will be looking for another position if we do get that. I mean, if you're interested in the short, then you would probably have some luck in here. I'm not going to be looking to take a short. But again, I think that this zone right here could be it with the grab of the liquidity that is sitting in here. All right. Let me work through this. There are just so many levels in here for ETH BTC. Tons. I'll take the ones that I think are the most important. Actually, take that back up to here. Just like I had it. Maybe. Holy smokes, Batman. Well, that didn't take long to do at all. Doji. And then, of course, you see what this momentum line is right here. That's also the low of your 1 hour bar. So we start closing below here. We may not even make it up here to this. We can start our correction from there. Let me just put it like that. And then from here, we just be back inside of this range. If that were to happen. Let me drop. So we did it over here already. Let's see. 5 minute. Got some underlying strength. It sounds so southern, and I am. Draw this right above on this level. It's back to 15. It's already done that. I don't know if I can still use it. I can't. Just mark out where the dynamic cloud is here for the 5-minute time frame. I'm just close enough to this box here. Around 117.9 is where we have the 200 EMA for the 5-minute time frame. So exactly right in here where we have the back inside of this box here, just above this momentum line here. So we have the 200 EMA for the 5-minute. And we're likely just, prepping for PPI. That's what I mentioned there. 5 minute 200 EMA. It's right in here. Let me just confirm that by going back to that chart. Yep. So it's just slightly above it. And that could likely change over time, so I won't put any writing on it. See, Nakamoto Games took a pretty big hit. I mean, just like the rest of the market, of course, but ooh, that looks good. It has a nice looking weekly chart. Naka does. And if it comes down, then I would be looking for it to come down to around 21. If that were to happen, somewhere between put 18. 18 as a low point. Again, there's quite a bit of short orders going all the way up here to just into this golden pocket. But like I said, there's liquidity up above those pivots there where this golden pocket is sitting at. And if you were getting short, I think that this would be the better place to do it. But shorts right now are currently piling in, limit orders getting filled for shorts. They've been trying to short all the way up through here. So, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. But if it works for you, run on. From all the way down here, actually, which is why we continue to push higher. So I'm just in the background looking at a couple of charts that I have not taken a look at in quite a while. I'm looking at Nakamoto right now. Actually move this to here. We're going to start getting into some long limit orders. The price were to come back into here. At least that's what I'm assessing. And that line right there came from the 5-minute time frame here, and it was where we had the dynamic cloud at, which is starting to turn up a little bit. So, I mean, we're expecting some sort of a correction to come in if we continue to falter on these lines here. So this is this one for the 1 hour, which would apply to that 15-minute and down. We already did the 15-minute one, which was in here, and that applied to the 5-minute and down. Let's go ahead and take a minute to look at the 4 hour. Oh. Turn this off. I have a little bit of a cleaner chart in here. So maybe we hold on until we get that 8 o'clock 4-hour candle open, so this 4 hour doesn't look like trash. Because if we were to do that right now, then be a tail eating candle. Thank you, love. I probably should have been taking profit on my long. Got myself some fresh hot coffee. See. All right, so we're losing that one right about now. Let me just go back into this chart here. Excuse me just a moment. All right, I am back. All right. Let's see. Yeah. It may not be until 8 o'clock. We get that 8 hour candle close and fresh 8 hour open. Um, 4 hour doesn't look weak at the moment. So I would expect for us to get through. Hmm, I would expect for us to get through these lows here and potentially in here again. Will it be a moonshot? Probably not. Then by the time I'm done fixing my lips saying probably not, we probably will. But I'm still looking here. That reaction, we did take some liquidity that was sitting in here. It wasn't exactly here at the, I mean, we can already see that it wasn't exactly up here. It was somewhere lower in here, probably around the bodies of the candle that liquidity was sitting at. So it's a little reaction from that. Plus we needed to cool off over here. We could see that. A little bit of a cool off. Saw the same thing on the altcoins earlier when we was going through them. So what was it? This chart always does that. So H bar 1 hour rejecting that, just a small reaction. I'm gonna say rejection because that would be incorrect. But a small reaction at VWAP. Trying to see which were some of the ones that we were looking at earlier. Undo was one we spotted that could be getting a correction off of that 1 hour time frame. Aptos just kind of in the center, forming some sort of a triangular formation here. Or we can just say a mother bar with some inside candles there, which if it broke the low around 514, then I would expect for it to come down and we look for it to hold about 505 on a 1 hour time frame. Solana, we were looking at that, which had the cloud cover. Just kind of bing bonging around. Ethereum was another one that we looked at where the 1 hour looked like it was going to cool off. So these are the ones. Just kind of watch a few dojis at the top there. Small little pullback so far. Not confirmed just yet. Even though we are seeing a small correction there. Cost was one also. Virtual is getting tight. Say Aerodrome. These are all ones that look like the 1 hour is going to correct. Aerodrome is just back at resistance around 87 cents. We are quite extended here on the 15. But the extensions have not been working all that great here lately, unless it's on the higher time frame and it's purple. So I still have this line in here. Delete that. See how that goes. And still more shorts. A lot more shorts in the market right now than longs. So I'm watching Bitcoin from the other screen, and I jump back over to it real quick here. Pre-market EXE 107.52, so still holding up rather well, I would have to say. Even though we did get that rejection here from the critical level that we actually wanted to hold at one point and broke, and now it's acting as resistance. That doesn't really concern me too much. The last time I looked at this 4-hour time frame, it looked pretty decent overall. Little cloud cover, so maybe we bounce around here a little bit more before we see an actual push up. Bears are still in control over here on the 4-hour time frame. Want to see that change, and then you just slide this out here. This out a little bit more. So hopefully we'll see a break above here today. Again, based on the VIX, there is the possibility that market participants may be looking to take more longs out of stocks. I'm not sure how much of an impact the data will have if they're trying to price it all in or what. Let's see. Slide this over. Nothing's changed with Tempest. So same old, 56.24 pre-market. see sound pre-market 1132. So coming back up from that bit of a sell-off yesterday. Well, actually not. Got a small little reaction here. And now we're down, continuing down a bit. But as long as we hold this weekly range, I'm okay. And if we don't, I'm still okay. I'm looking to add to my sound position. Looks like a rejection from here. Looks like it got a bit of a rejection, but today could be something different. Bears are currently in control, but if we were to flip up right now, I mean, you can see the buyers coming in here on sound. We'll see how I'll check back in on sound as when the market opens. It's just in between places right now. Never really want to trade during pre-market anyway. Palantir 149.06 still holding. Despite the bear div, despite the dojis here at the top side. Okay, RSI looks nice. Can't complain. That's a nice eat up of that candle right there for coin. But again, we're looking to see if coin can make its way back up here to test out this trend line. If it breaks, it's super strong. If it breaks and flips it into support, let me put it like that, because you can always take liquidity from the top side of demand lines. AMD just up and away right now. Pre-market 154.80. So nice momentum catch, back test, and continuation there off of AMD. TTD pre-market 81.25. Nice push. What happened yesterday with TTD, even though we were ahead of the game, already looking at it, you can see that it got it's going to be on the S&P 500. So yay. But we were looking at it from this trend break right here. That's when I first got an introduction into it. You know, someone asked me to take a look at TTD chart. I did, and I said, yes, I like it. I'm buying, and we started talking about it. So it's been about 2 weeks now. Tesla 311.38. I still think the daily looks good on Tesla. I know a lot of people are trying to short Apple right now. I still think Apple is going to surprise everyone and get that push up and do, you know, at least that 221 to 231. So I'm still team Apple right about now. I think you always have these recognized technical analysts, and I'm just a small pea in the bucket. And you know the rest of that saying. So still looking higher for Apple. Good. I'm still looking lower for. It's been hanging around in here for a minute now, squeezing even more, starting to confirm, not a complete confirmation here on the 4-hour time frame, but it's starting to confirm a little bit more downside over here as a cloud cover and rejection twice there. Take a look at the daily. Daily could be confirming here. Lots of respect for the 26 EMA, both 4-hour and the weekly. So I think that's what this purple line was here for. Excuse me, which we're starting to get a little bit of a rise here, as I know it will continue to push up. I could just delete that. I just didn't want to have this on, but yeah, consistently has been respectful to the 26. I don't know if I was looking at that from time frame of this one. All right, so that puts us in here. So that stays the same. So this is my explanation for the 93.60 right now. If that changes and it no longer respects the 26, then we'd be looking for prices to come in lower, lower. It did exactly what coin did. Got a nice little whack there. Circle is in circles right now. Let's see. What was that? Looks like they tried to drive prices up right here. Yeah, they tried to drive prices up right there. Bear stepped in. Looking the same as coin and hood at this point. They won't stop with circle until circle just goes parabolic. But I mean, really, just it's considered to be overvalued at this point. And you have a lot of haters, a lot of haters in the market on circle right now. Big institutions, financial space kind of hating on circle. So they'll try their best to get it down. CNC just going lower and lower at this point. Pre-market 29.78. This will eventually give. Maybe we get down here to the weekly 27.30. I mean, if you're accumulating, I would make this my zone. And if it does anything more than that, just drop it. Or just sit on your hands and wait for confirmation. You don't have to catch the bottom. Rivian 12.69. Continuing to hang around these lows. Again, down here to about this trend line right here is what I'd be looking for. Or we can just tap on that and say 11.02. We get there, then I will consider buying and see if I can take it all the way back up here to here. Because right now it's rejecting. It was a rejection from this line. So we're currently going down with it. But I think that this has a strong chance of breaking out on a further attempt. And Pony pre-market 13.13, just hanging out sideways. An explosion will come at some point. At some point. I don't have anything else in here. Yep, that's it. So 2 more days. 2 more days. And the trade desk will be listed on the S&P 500. How about that? How about everybody who bought? And that's it. That's just a quick rundown of the ones that I have been watching, the ones I expect to do something, the ones I'm looking to invest in. This is everything I'm looking to invest in, or I'm already invested in. But I'm just looking for, some of them are looking for a cool off, such as Hood. Already invested in coin. I'm looking for a cool off to add. Already invested in AMD, EXC, a little bit of Tempest, Sound, Palantir. I don't have any Tesla, but I'm just monitoring Tesla's chart. I don't have Apple. I don't have Hood yet, but if it comes down, then I'm looking to get in. I'm looking to get into Circle if it comes down. I'm interested in CNC, but not yet. Rivian is another one I'm interested in. I'm not invested in, and I am invested in Pony. So you should move all of my investments up here. And this is everything that I'm currently not invested in. This is everything I'm in. All right. Bitcoin holding the 1 hour, it seems, for now. The next candle open on that 4 hours everything. We do have the cloud cover on Bitcoin on that 15-minute time frame. Mm. Well, hopefully Bitcoin offers something before I end the stream today. Um, we still have a few hours. Nothing just yet. I was just back over here looking at the stock market a little bit, and I'm looking at ARM technology, which is, something I'm a little familiar with. I talk about this over the weekends. It's one of my little part-time gig that I have over the weekends. But yeah, ARM technology. I know that Apple uses ARM technology, and so does Snapdragon. Snapdragon uses ARM technology as well. Then I was just looking at Qualcomm, which is the company that I actually represent over the weekends. So those are one of the same for me, Qualcomm and ARM. I'd really be more interested in ARM. Should have been looking at this one. It will be the future. It will be the future. More PCs that have ARM in it than the few that are on the market right now. And that's how I feel about it. So it could be a really great investment. If it gets a pullback, I'll add this one. Let's see, and I had not looked at Uber in quite a while. Uber is holding up very well. I sold my Uber. Why am I on a 4-day? Let's see, weekly. Might reconsider Uber. Dang, Neo just can't catch a break. Let me look back at Bitcoin. Yeah. But it's trying. Netflix weekly. I see it's already gotten a rejection. Hasn't confirmed continuation, but it's looking that way. Google look like it's getting ready to ramp things up. It's been doing good since April, just like most other stocks. It looks like it's getting ready to target those highs, though. Gold just flagging out. Gold has a ton of underlying strength on the weekly time frame. So the bear divs are not playing out right now for that very reason. But if it starts to drop, we need to drop below the 50 on the RSI. on the weekly. But right now, these little small pullbacks on the weekly time frame, which I know is a lot for the stock market, it'll just keep going higher until then. Maybe just come back and retest this ascending trend line that it broke out of, ascending channel. So while I'm looking at waiting on Bitcoin, which I think is going to stall out for a little while, just take a look here at gold. I don't really have anything mapped out for gold, and I don't think I have any notes in here for gold either. No, I have 0 notes in here for gold. So I'm just going to be spitting off the dome, I guess. So I pegged this as a channel, and I may have drawn it out this way just to capture these lows on here, like so, because you can see it's really not touching too much here at the top side. Kind of held right in there. I switched this, unlock it, did not. So if I were to do it like that, that's clearer. I don't know why it wasn't like that before anyway. That still kind of gives the essence of what's happening here on the gold chart. So maybe gold comes back in and it retests the top side of this ascending channel here and bounces away. Right now it is sort of like flagging out here. You know what? Let me just do this and make my life easier. See if there are any sort of, no, I don't like that. Just looks funny. Since I don't actually think it has a low right now, aside from here, I'll just do it like so, like that. Let me just go up and see if there's anything in here. Yep, got a range right here. Which is close to where I have this at, and I have this in here. Why do I have that? Let me see why I have that. It's the Bollinger. It's not that. Right. I do have a talking point in here. All right, so based on the top side of this BB dynamic cloud here, you're only expanding to the upside. No expansion has happened down here at the lows. So I wouldn't expect for gold to come below this point here. Maybe it taps it like it did in there, or yeah, This is a fresh interaction, so nothing yet. As long as it continues to hold there. Right now, that's 3,100. So as long as it continues to hold there, you're good. And I will only be looking for an expansion. So if this range break and calculated on the 1-to-1, then that is about 4,043 for gold. I will be looking for gold to continue up. If it comes down, and I would expect for it to hold the top side of this channel here and just bounce away and go up. It is sort of a bullish flag in here right now within this range where you have this mother bar and these inside bars here. Doji. Looks like it may represent some weakness. I wouldn't bet on that just yet. Even every time it got these cool off points in here, that's been about it. Yep, if you lose this low, then we can start to talk differently about it. Let me go a little further out. Let me go 6 months. That was the one time right in here based on the 6 month. Let me drop. Switch. Haven't even bothered coming back into this. I'm trying to figure out why I have this line on the chart. Hide this for a sec. No. Just trying to see which one of these is hitting. That might be slapping right there. I'm gonna put the channel on it. Bitcoin bouncing a little bit. Was that how I did it the first time? Let's see if I need to change that. I may have had it like this the first time. No, put it like that. All right. Not quite tapping right there. I'm just trying to see if I'm cutting through anything. I am. I'm just gonna walk this back. I still can't figure out why I have this here. I'm not sure. I'm gonna move it to there. And then I will go in and make a note on it. So that's 31,118. Let's see what the weekly looks like. So the weekly will drop outside of this the top cloud, but it's actually not interacting with the lower one, so that's fine. There, top there. So that could be a good retracement for gold. And that would just be standard deviation 1 here, which would seem more likely for standard deviation 1, just slightly missing it the same way it did over here, same way it did right here. And then this was the one time that it actually did come into it. And that was based on a squeeze and then a breakout. So about 31 is what I would look for any further it can move back down. And then that was, yeah, basically what I said without saying it before, possibly the top side of this channel and then to there. For gold with this range. And what was the lowest inside bar? It's this one. Okay. Easy enough for gold. And for a break to the upside again, I'll be looking there. And let me just switch this up. No. Drop that one. That looks about right to me. Potential retracement, 31, potential pump would be up here too. I thought it read differently on another time frame, but I guess it doesn't. So 4,000 for gold. RSI, while still in the bullish control zone here on gold, is still traveling downwards. But you can see how there is some underlying strength from here. You can look at the bear divs all day long, but until we actually probably have to cross the 50% for that to even make a difference. And so last time that happened, it's back here. It would require a mean reversion for the bear divs to really start to play out. Right now, bullish undertone on the weekly time frame, that is. Some sort of a squeeze getting ready to come in. Still very green. Last time you got a squeeze was back over here, and all you did was go higher. You got a bull div right in here. Didn't have a bear div in here per se. Exaggerated, if anything. Daily. Just checking here. Checking here. Checking here. Same thing with the bullish undertone here on the daily time frame. Slipping a little bit in here on the daily. So you got to squeeze. I wonder if the Bollinger is squeezing too. Yeah, Bollinger squeeze as well. So Bollinger and RSI squeeze. As price is hitting this top side of the channel. But whatever sort of triangular formation this is, just another indication of the squeeze. Extended doesn't look like it gives much. You get overextended. I mean, would seem like a lot for the stock market, I suppose. It's so hard for me when it comes to the stock market because the moves that the stock market gives and what crypto space, didn't mean to do that. What crypto gives is totally different. I know it can take a long time. So 10% off of those, off of the extension here. Hello. Love you. All right. Got extended in here. It's like one of the biggest extension pullbacks right in here. I would just be looking for continuation up. Maybe you get the pullback again back here into 31, but other than that, I'll be looking for it to break out of the upside of this channel and then come up here to about 4,000 for gold. So it'd be ever so nice to be able to get an entry in there if you're into buying. I don't know. I mean, I'm into buying Bitcoin, so I guess you can be into buying these prices too, right? It's like an Ethereum. Anyway. Eight o'clock now. So let me check over here and see what our 4 hour is looking like. Actually, I can just do the 4 hour from here. I don't have to do that. Let's see. So 4 hour did close outside this range. Would not like to see it come back inside of this range because coming back into it is a bit bearish. I mean, not my favorite for the RSI, but I mean, it could still work, but it's not my favorite. So I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't be like bullish on this cross of the signal line, especially the way it drove from down here and it had to really reach for it. Still lean towards this section up here. Let me see if that. That's what I'm looking at. That's exactly what I'm looking at. So range break up to here into the golden pocket 786. That's my confluence right there. So we'll see if we get it. Just want to hold this range. Which basically is saying hold this 1 hour. Don't want to do this 5 minute. Let's see if we reset. Okay, so reclaim of the signal line here on the 5 minute time frame. The cloud was rising the last time I looked at it. It flattened out. So I'm just going to do that like that, but really want to hold here anyway. Pretty sure we weren't rising on any of these lower time frames. So inside the cloud here on the 3 minute time frame. So 1 minute we're underneath it, which probably also means that is coming down. So I like that, I guess. Must be under the 200. Yeah. So we're slapping into the 200 EMA right now. The 1 minute. And far above it here on the 3 minute, which is good. And then far above it on the 5 minute time frame. I'm chiseling over here. Might be a good idea to focus on the 5 minute time frame for now. I'll turn that back on if I need to. And this just wasn't some place that I would recommend getting a loan from. I didn't even drop enough to even want to consider that. So if you're long, your long should be off of yesterday's level here. Or if you were somebody who just completely ignored the stop loss here. What is this price point? Let me change that 4 hour. Actually, I don't have to. It would just be where this 1 hour is. But I'll keep this one on the chart. I'm just going to switch that to 4 hour. I just want to prep for any sort of volatility that could come into the market. The PPI data in just a few minutes here. Can I do that? Okay, I can do that. We're squeezing. I mean, we can see it. Squeezing here on the RSI. And this is our squeeze for either a breakup or breakdown. I can look at it from here. I was going to look at it from the panel view, but we can look at it from here. All right, so we do have a squeeze. What I'm saying, right into here. So everything is squeezing. It shows that it's squeezing too. I don't know if we actually have a Bollinger squeeze. I don't know if I had the Bollinger over here. I do. No, we're just in between standard deviation 1 and 2 here. So if we're losing standard deviation 2, just basically losing this line here. So if we're losing this, I guess we could look at what's that at? 11, 17, 842 right now. Golden pocket. I just wouldn't like that. You lose this 4 and this 4, but we'll watch that. I don't need this anymore. Take that out. I'll turn that back on if I need to. I just don't want all the noise on the chart right now. All right, about 7 minutes left before our data comes out. And again, not coming back inside of this range would be good for Bitcoin. It would, if we come back inside of this range, then we would invalidate this measured move up here. Doesn't mean that it won't still happen. I'm just going to delete it from the chart if that happens, though. There's no sense in relying on that if it invalidates it, which would be coming back inside the range. So I think on the 4-hour, we did close outside of it on the 4-hour. So all right, a little less than 5 minutes now for data. And just waiting to the downside. We really don't want to lose this right here, this 4. But I mean, we're squeezing, so that's always a possibility. This is just the top side of the 5-minute cloud right here. And we'll be below the cloud if we drop this line right here, which would be kind of bearish. And we'd also be below the 200 EMA on this 5-minute time frame as well with the drop here. If we wick it and reclaim it real quick, no biggie. If it's not that, then I mean we could start to break down because we already be losing this level, which was for the 1 hour, which coincided with the 4. So I just put 4 on it there. And this is definitely the 4-hour here, previous candle low here. To the upside, I'm looking for this blue box up here, or I don't know, not blue. It's not exactly green either. It's supposed to be like a cyan or something. Looking for a move up here, just beyond the golden pocket into here, where the liquidity is sitting. Was this the previous day high when I looked at it? Yes, it is. That would be bullish. Again, I still don't think that it's a good place to take a long and not on data either. It just didn't pull back enough for me to confidently be like, yeah, got another long setup here. Not that it can't work out, because you can always set a stop loss and, this thing rockets up there. But, I mean, that's barely a 50% retracement off of that high. All right, 36 and counting down. Nothing yet. Still pending on my end. Oh, nice candle push. Okay, it's down. 0% actual. Just real quick, 0% actual forecast to 20. Let me get us back over here. That's wild. It's 0. Momentum line. I don't see anything it wasn't doing before right now. So, I mean, we're still basically sideways right in here. So nothing to get panicky about yet. Right now, just a little SFP. Then there was this liquidity from this wick down here as well. So, I mean, I don't see anything to panic about yet. fair value gap too. FSG right here. This would be, didn't even come into the 50%, which would have been right about where we have that red bar at. I meant that, that red line at. We didn't even do that. I think we're fine. I still haven't broke out of the squeeze yet. It looks like it from this point. Let me see, from the Bollinger. Yeah. That's why we got that bounce. It's nice. We still have a ton of sellers up through here. A bunch of limit sale orders. But the goal is right about here. Hmm. I don't really need that. This may be no good anymore. I'm gonna drop that. It's no good anymore. We're just in a boring space right now. Just really boring. End of the day, we have to maintain here. We don't maintain here. With the cloud rising, we could get swamped and come down, but my opinion is RSI still looks nice over here, despite a small bit of a cloud cover right here. We did it right here too. Um, we were fine. I didn't see anything that changed on the four. The last time I looked at it, I didn't see anything that changed here. Let me hide that. Yeah, I mean, money flow is still in the place that I like for it to be at, to say we potentially be reversing or continuing up. We hit it here, but you can't tell it anymore because we did turn up. It is coming out a little bit right here, so I would expect for some money to start to come in, and then we continue up to at least here. This looks pretty nice right now so far. It can change, but right now it still looks fine. Just in a boring space right now. Yeah. So the 0% is really good for to be risk on. It could be that nothing reflects until the stock market opens, but I mean, yeah, want it to be actually greater than the forecast for currency. Let's make sure I'm not seeing any bear dips anywhere. Nothing. In the pocket on the 2, in the pocket on the 3. Not in the pocket on the 4. Not so much on the 6. $6 still looks okay though. $8. Weekly could be confirming something soon. Not quite yet. Um, hmm, not yet, but it could be confirming something soon. All right, we're starting to lose it now. 5 minutes slipping anyway. So I don't think that this holds any longer. We just have to depend on, oh boy. Why did I read this is for again? I have no idea. Hold on, let me just switch this back. I have no idea. But that, yeah, that's done because we've lost that. Yeah, I mean, let's see, 28 on this. I'm gonna leave it like that. But, yeesh. Yep, we're going down. Let's reclaim that momentum line. Yeah, we need to reclaim here at the moment. That's what we need to reclaim. So we just look towards these support levels down here, unless we manage to swing back up, break and hold here. Here's the first one. Here, if we come back inside of the range again, I delete this. There's nothing to do here but wait. Again, 5 minute time frame looks a little bit more down. We are still strapping here with this high of the range. This ascending trend line right here, which could pose as some sort of support level. Don't have to tap it exactly. But we need an absolute reclaim here. It looks like, actually, let me see. Okay, so we're inside the dynamic cloud right now. Bullish divergence down here on the lows until invalidated. Until it's invalidated, there is a bull div here. So bull div, reclaim here, and then we'll look for our higher up. Unless it's invalidated. I would still remain cautious right here. me just see something. Say something. Look at that. What the heck? What the helly? What the hell? What the helly? I like that. Take that center line out. I'd be all over the chart. Like, let me take that center line out. Like, I don't look at parallel channels all day long. Let me find it. Oh boy. Interesting. Starting to get all these lines everywhere. Let me delete some stuff. I'm gonna delete this right now. Don't need that. I'm gonna go ahead and hide this 4. I'm gonna hide that for now. And I mean, we've whipped this too many times for me to make that something that I'm concerned with. So I'm going to delete that. We had this chop right in here. We did push through that. I'm gonna take this line out too. Let me clear up some lines. It's starting to look like line galore. All right. I might keep this one right here though. I'll keep that one. I'll just hide this one. That's kind of cute. Let me see the 15 on this. Talk about pretty. Leave it like that. I think it's because this line is so long. Let me just do it like this. And then I'm going to delete it. Sorry, I get really picky about lines. Oh boy. Bitcoin don't mess around here and make me some real money. I do like that blue line better. I like it way better than this. Let me just straighten this out. And what was it like that? Might be too much of this color going on or something. I don't know what it is. So used to going off of this. That's what made me look at it. We're starting to get more buyers in the market right now. Um, Over shorts, that could be a hesitancy for me because once that happens, again, it becomes incentive for market makers to look lower. You just have to watch that. Mm, I'll leave it. And this may not be a bull flag. It could just simply be a channel. So I'm not going to jump in here and say that this is a bull flag breakout and draw a trend line from that low. And, this is our move to 130,000. I will claim that if it happens. No, just kidding. I say exactly what I just said. I didn't think that we were going to do that from here. But no, I think that this could just be a channel. I don't look at this and see a bull flag. We do have some resistance overhead here. Plenty of resistance overhead and plenty of short limit orders overhead. So my trajectory remains the same, and that's just looking to get up here just above the golden pocket here. For now, that's where I'm at. Higher time frames will be wanting to cool off. I've shared that a few times. So, your daily and all the way up to your weekly could be confirming something soon. Daily did. I wouldn't necessarily call it a confirmation, but it did give a short indication. We saw that in advance from how it was converging on the indicator there. And then you're starting to see that convergence on your 2 day, your 3 day is already did what the daily time frame did, your 4 day, 5 day, six, and all the way up to your weekly. Okay, market open in about 2 minutes and some seconds. Let's see what the Bollinger looks like. So 15-minute squeeze with a bounce off a standard deviation 2. What was that saying over here on this 5? Potential for a 15-minute positive delta cross. Got one on the 5 already. I mean, he did get the long squeeze here. I mean, short squeeze. I'm sorry, you did get the short squeeze there. Do still have to hold this reclaim here of this momentum line. More shorts coming in again. And the stacks are short, piling up all the way up to about 123. See, somewhere around 120 and 120.6. You have some large orders sitting in there. Look at that. Yeah. Again, gotta manage to flip it. Not flipping it. Let me see something. Just out of curiosity. It's only up 1.35%. Just wanted to see. When I last looked at ETH BTC, it was hitting some resistance. So it's a 5-minute chart. I'm gonna actually go to that chart. I'm going back to Bitcoin right now, but I just want to look back at that. May have did it from here. Okay, I found it. Like, why can't I find it? Expansion looks really good on that ETH weekly time frame, though. Cannot deny that. That looks really good. Switch. It's back. Okay. Coin's looking pretty good at 396 right now. Just looking at what we were looking at before in terms of a retracement. I mean, continuation to that ascending trend line. So nice momentum line popped out there. Palantir. Let me go back there. Palantir continuing onwards and upwards. There's just no stopping this thing. Just onwards and upwards. Little rejection on coin there. Little rejection. Yeah. See Bitcoin. Yeah. All these limit short orders up through here. And we gotta break this cloud cover. Which is going right across here. So you can see the confluence there. And we don't have a low from here. We don't have a low based on this, but it is ranging. We just don't have a low. All right, this is deep back inside of the range now. I was trying to give it a little bit of time before I deleted it. See, good thing I didn't delete these. Broke that one, and then the next one is all the way down there. Delete this one. That happened. Not looking for a reclaim. And below the bottom side of the cloud on the 5-minute time frame now. Let me see that 15 again. I hate to keep flipping them. Waiting on this RSI to change up. This could intensify. And what I was showing over here, we did break below the dynamic cloud here on the 5-minute time frame. A little bear div right in there. I keep wanting to turn it off because I don't want the noise from the chart, but I am missing some interesting stuff that I should be getting. It doesn't always show up down here. So continuing with the bull div for now until invalidated on the 5-minute time frame. As the 5-minute, I do believe did get a, let me see. It did, but it invalidated it. Let me see. So I don't need to use that anymore. Oh, sleepy. Because it's whipsawing so much, it's all about the zero line at this point. If I were to rely on that. Okay, I can see the little bit of bull div down here as well for that 5-minute time frame. I may be able to drop it. I just have to watch it from another screen so that it doesn't get in the way. Fascinating rejection there on that momentum line. This still suggests we're still ranging. As long as this remains flat, we're ranging. Okay, about 10 minutes and then I drop this because we will have closed back inside of the range. All right, so 1 hour MACD is starting to curve over. It has not confirmed anything. It hasn't confirmed the delta, which based on the chop at the top would indicate that price is looking to come down a bit lower here on the 1 hour time frame. And I saw it here. I kept opening this up and looking at it, but I didn't want to go with it. It always hits. No rise out of this yet, so it may not be anything serious. There's no overextension or anything like that here. Just simply a correction from the push up that we got. I thought maybe market open would change something, and it literally didn't change a thing. I'm dropping this now. That was enough of it to come back in. I don't care about it wicking off of it at this point. Yeah, lost the range. Came back inside the range, which is bearish. And I mentioned this cloud cover, but I was like, maybe we'll do like we did over here because we had the cloud cover over here too. And it's not said and done just yet. Let's see. Looks like we got a little bit more that we can give. And that will probably be down here to the golden pocket. Let me just see. From here to here. Golden pocket 786. Yeah, so we could still do that much. Let me make sure that's the same. Sorry, I shouldn't have it drawn out of. I have it on here. I just hit it. Or did I? No, I don't see it. Anyway, forget about it. Let's go off of this. So we could still do the golden pocket 786 and remain valid here with the RSI on this pullback. We could do that much. If we start to do more than that, then we're going to confirm. We're going to confirm that we could come back down into potentially these lows, because then you have the MACD and you have the RSI. Both sitting in the negative. But for now, yeah, this is about as much as can be done on the 1 hour time frame. And hopefully this isn't implying continuation. It could be. I mean, we're already looking at it. But we'll see. There on the 5-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame. We'll validate. Well, close to getting the short squeeze. Close to validating the short squeeze, but the RSI is still a big thing. And the conditions of what the RSI looks like right now is not something that I would look to long. And I wouldn't look to long this anyway. And I've said that multiple times because the price action just simply hasn't pulled back that much. We've only done what at this point about 1%. Not even 1% yet, 95. So it's not something to long, in my opinion. Not for the best risk to reward. Even if it does come up here. It could stall out in the middle of any sort of a move. And I really like longing in these highs. I like longing in highs because most people are looking to short. And when you have a lot of shorts piling in, you tend to just keep going up. So I don't mind. I just want this to pull back a little bit more. If I were to look for a long setup off of this, if I don't find it by the time the stream ends, which is about to end, so I know I'm not going to find it, then I will post it. I'll post this one. I will post this one. I will keep an eye on it, and I will post this one. But right now, I'm trying to see what this 1 hour is going to do. 1 hour is starting to give me some icks. Ooh, I love that. I love that. I love that. And the 4 hour just keeps changing my mind. I love that. My overall bias is to the upside. I like the 4 hour money flow. I like when it looks like trash. So when it looks like trash, it's actually just enough profit taking has happened that people would be interested in opening new positions here. When it gets really high up in the green, you would think that that's the good look for it, but no, that's a moment where big money starts to pull out some. Then we start to roll over. It's just a matter of whether or not when that take profit starts to happen is there absorption. And then that is what sustains the price. There has to be absorption. But I love this. And just give it some time. I love it. And let's see if we could get it in here. It's not going to be a big deal. 1.5%. All right, short squeeze. Keep piling in short you want to right in here. And you see them coming, I see them coming in too. All right. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I do appreciate everyone who stopped by to see what I had going on over here. Thank you for joining me today. Please be sure that you did hit the like button. or hit the like button. I greatly appreciate it. Things to keep an eye on would be this golden pocket 786 1 hour time frame. You can just draw it from this pivot to here, and then this is what we naturally want to hold here for any sort of a continuation. If price were to come back down here, it looks like we will start to get a short squeeze. 1 hour may want to give up a little something, but then that 4 hour is going to pump. So I'll be looking for that 4 hour to run, and I'll be looking for prices to get back up in here between the golden pocket and the 786. For now, we can do more than that. I do think that we're going to take out the highs. I am still holding the extra long that I took from yesterday. Um, so my eyes are looking up despite the small correction that we're getting right now. Just again, golden pocket 786 could be a zone, and we would want to hold that. And then I'd be looking for price to push on up through here based on that 4 hour time frame. So with that said, I will update on X. But for now, that's it. If it's anything worse than that, anything outside of what I'm saying right now, I'll be sure to go on and post it. Okay. If it's anything outside of what I'm saying to you right now, and that is this golden pocket 786 as being the last line in the sand here. And for that move up to the golden pocket 786 and potentially beyond, before we start giving up the ghost on those, daily, 2 day and up. And I will see you tomorrow.